Dumper Dan's charter fishing fleet in the Port of Sheboygan is Wisconsin's proven charter fishing leader, running the most trips and catching the most fish. Enjoy great fishing for trout and salmon aboard one of our 6 fully equipped modern charter boats with experience and professional crews. See why Dumper Dan's is the most popular name in the industry. We offer fishing and lodging packages featuring the best in riverfront condos and hotel accommodations. Half or 3/4 day trips available, so call to make your reservations today or log on to dumperdan.com. Dumper Dan's charter fishing fleet, Wisconsin's proven charter fishing leader.
For generations, Billiards has brought people together across small-town bars, local leagues, and tournament play. It's more than a game. It's tradition combined with growth in our billiards community. The Wisconsin Billiards Hall of Fame is here to honor those who built the game and invest in those who want to carry it forward. As a member, you help preserve the history of billiards in Wisconsin and get exclusive access to Hall of Fame weekend and voting. And the game continues beyond the table. Explore our tournament directory featuring events from across the state. Browse the online store with official merchandise and gear for players and fans, and much more. Join today and support the legacy. Become a member at wibhof.org.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Outer Points Productions. I'm inside the Knockout Challenge Series studios, located inside of the Varsity Club in Oshkosh, Wisconsin. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here. We are in the midst of the Masters Series 5.0. Oh, squirrel. Distraction. This is the second to last match, as a matter of fact, before we do a redraw for round number 2. We've got Scott Kugel, all the way from Eau Claire, Wisconsin, taking on Shaun Johnson. I think Menominee Falls. I can't remember where Shaun lives. Somebody help me out in the chat. Anywho, I got the place all to myself, so I can do whatever I want in the booth today. Yay me. I'm going to get out to the table. I'm actually going to be mic'd up, so you get to hear me explain the rules to the players. And let's get this party started, shall we? Check. All right, gentlemen, first and foremost, thank you always for playing. Greatly appreciate it.
Of course.
You're going to see there it is, as a matter of fact. So all the viewers are going to be able to, they can hear me, and I'm going to go over the rules with you guys, and they get to watch as we go through each one of them. So first of all, it is going to be a best 2 out of 3 sets. We're going to start out with 9-ball, then to 8-ball. You're guaranteed at least a race to 12, no matter what. Race to 7 and 9-ball, race to 5. Scott, if you win the first 2 sets, the match is over. Shaun, if you win the first set, you win the second set, we're going to play a third set of 10-ball, which is a race to 6. All right? Starting out with, let me get back up a little. It's going to be alternate breaks. So, Shaun, if you end up winning the leg or you get the first break, it's going to continue to alternate all the way through the entire match. So if you end up breaking the very last game of 9-ball, Scott, then you are going to break the first game of 8-ball. Same thing if we get to 10-ball. Jump cues are allowed even if you hook yourself. Courtesy of Shaun Johnson. I think it's a great rule. Anyway, we're going to play Texas Express. That's a hard word for me to say for whatever reason. Texas Express 9-ball rules. So, with a caveat, 9-ball breaks do not count in any of the 6 pockets on the break. If it does go down, it's never a re-rack. The 9-ball must be spotted, and then you continue to shoot or push out. Subsequently, after that, any combination or carom on the 9-ball is a win, obviously with a good legal hit, right? 3-foul rule is in effect. Please let your opponent know if that's your intention that they are on the second foul. I did not know this until Nate Minden pointed it out to me last night. It's actually in the rule book that you are supposed to let your opponent know. So, and it's good sportsmanship, in my opinion. Any questions on 9-ball? Good? All right. 8-ball, the only thing I really want you to know, because this has come up once before, if you do pocket the 8-ball, that's your intended ball at the end of the game, and you make it and scratch, it is a loss of game. So the reason I tell you that is in rotation, 9 or 10 ball, if you do make it and scratch, it will be spotted, and then you have to actually shoot the ball in, right? So that is a race to 5. All of this is going to be cue ball fouls only. So if you do have a questionable hit or anything like that, please let me know. I will come out with a camera and we'll do it in slow motion, all right? Do not swipe any racks. Even if they have ball in hand on the 8-ball or the 9-ball or whatever, every game must be shot to its entirety, all right? If not, if you do swipe the rack, it will cost you that game, and unsportsmanlike conduct will cost you the next game as well. Cool. Any questions on 8-ball? If we end up playing 10-ball and we get to 5-5, which is hill, we will then go to a shootout. If that does happen, then we'll go over the rules of that at that point in time. So 10-ball, the big difference between 9-ball and 10-ball is the fact that 10-ball, no matter what, has to be the last ball pocketed. All right? It can be used in a combination or carom, and if pocketed, then it is spotted again, and then that player continues to shoot. 3-foul rule is always in effect with 10-ball as well. Other than that, any questions? You are more than welcome to use the magic rack as long as you both agree on it. If not, then we all automatically default to the wood rack. Cool. All right. Best of luck to both you guys and play well. Woo, I'd have to measure this one. Holy. All right, you guys can keep score right here as well, and the score will be up on the board as well. I'm going to get rid of the big light. You guys are good to go. Thank you very much, everybody, for tuning into Outer Points Productions on this glorious Tuesday afternoon in Wisconsin. Scott Kugel winning the leg, and a successful first break, but no shot on the 2-ball. Fred Renner, as always, we got to get Fred a prize or something for always being the first one here. Ooh, nice push out. I love this push out because it's got tied up the 6-ball, so even if Shaun decides to be aggressive and bank the 2, it's not really, may not do him any good. I think he's going to try to get the cue ball behind the 6-7. Yeah, it's a good shot. Whew. Beautiful. That is a good start for safety. Good afternoon, Robert Snell. Derek sits when what's going on, Jinin? Hey, Kyle Vertel's here. Oh! Good afternoon, Pete Beshta. Excellent hit. Not rewarded for it, though. You know, it's funny that you say that, John Kramer. Good afternoon, by the way. I said the same thing earlier. This is one of those matches where I really don't want to see either one of them lose. They're both, I mean, you would talk about a class act. These guys fit that description better than anybody. Good afternoon, Randy Parlick. Al Holden tuning in from Waupun. What's happening, Al? Chelsea Johnson tuning in from Medford. If you don't recognize that name, that is we always refer to her as the better half of Shaun Johnson. Does he know that, Chelsea? He knows that, right? Brian Lowell, thank you very kindly for your permission to allow me to pass gas, and I've already been doing it, so. I don't have any candles or anything burning in here, so it shouldn't be a fire hazard. You never know. Shaun's starting out pretty strong here. If he is nervous, he's not letting it show. Very nice out. There's no nerves in that back forearm. Patrick Carlson. Oh, wait. Let me go back up. Josh Duckrooter. Thank you for the friend request, by the way, Josh. Patrick Carlson. Hey, I got some really good news for you. Guess what it is? Mr. Crayola. Walden Kugel, Scott's son, tuning in from Platteville. Pleasure to have you aboard, Walden. Your dad talks about you pretty often. Scott's been a very good friend for a very long time. Well, there you have it. Chelsea, he knows. He knows. Off constantly. Good afternoon. I like how he's kicking. Scott's been looking at several different angles on. Never mind. On how to hit that, and obviously did not pick the right one. Oh goodness. Oh goodness. That was that's a big miss by Shaun Johnson. He hit that way too quick, my opinion. That may cost him this game for sure. May, for sure. Don't worry. I'll stop butchering the English language at some point, maybe. Or it might get worse. Good hit and a very fortunate roll behind the 5-ball. Yeesh. Bomb 80. That's not the worst position. Oh, looks like there's some animosity in the chat. I didn't get an invitation either, so. I think Shaun's only option right now, I think, is to play the 6-9 combo in the upper left-hand corner after. I don't think he has the ability to break these two out. And I mean, he could try it off the 5 ball, but I don't know if that's worth the risk. Oh, yeah, good point. Thanks, Mr. Crayola. That's a very good point. Scorekeeper's on strike. He didn't show up for work. So do you cheat the pocket a little bit and draw into it, or you could play the bank? A couple of different options, but that's a good option. That's a great shot. Holy smokes. I know, I was just testing. Just testing. Look at your shot on the 5 ball. This is a beauty. Drew that back fantastic. Love it. Again, just testing you guys. Sure. Whew. Look at this break. Holy smokes. Made the 1-2-6 on the break. Does have a shot at the 3 ball. Going to have to go around the 7-8-9 at the other end of the table. Oi. And kind of gets screwed a little bit. Runs into the 9, takes all the momentum off the cue ball. Let me tell you, Scott is a very good jumper as well. All right. Didn't really leave Shaun with an offensive shot. Unless he decides to take on the bank. I don't think he's going to, though. Jeff Seidel. Good afternoon. What's going on, Al Jordan? How the heck are you? That one might leak out a little bit. Oh, it did not. Scott going to go 2 rails behind the 5. Hopefully catch a piece of the 4, and does. Yeah, that's unfortunate there. Left him with a shot. That one got away from Shaun a little bit. Not exactly where he wanted to be, but makes good use of it. Good recovery. Thank you, everyone, for the likes and the shares. Greatly appreciated. If you haven't already done that, I would love it if you did. If you're not already a subscriber to Outer Points Productions, that would even be immensely more appreciated. And then, if you're on your phone, when you're on my channel, hit those 3 little dots in the upper right-hand corner, and it says share. Copy the link and then send it to all of your friends, enemies. Set up accounts for people that you don't like. Whatever you got to do. You're welcome, Pete, and everyone. I'll tell you. In a message from Shaun yesterday or the day before, I had put in our group chat, and there's something about his Fargo 597, or it might have been on. Oh, I did that on the social media post. And Shaun messaged me. He's like, I'm a 601 now. And it was funny because he's been trying to get above 600 for a long time, and he's earned it. I mean, he has seriously earned it. He's playing some really good pool. And it's like I told him, now you've just entered the club of not having anywhere to play anymore. Not true, but kind of, sort of. His response was, well, I can play on Outer Points Productions all I want. It's a good response. Well, that is going to give Scott Kugel a really good opportunity to open his account. Even though it is still really early in this match, I think this is a game that Scott has to have. Not everything has gone his way in the first three, and Shaun is playing really good pool. So he's got his work cut out for him. He needs a confidence builder. Scott bumping the 8-ball with his thumb. Not a foul. Should be all she wrote for this game. 3-1. And Scott's break. Careful, Mike Masevich. You will be that way someday as well. But you're not wrong. I still have most of my hair. I'll be 60 in December, and it's I'm pretty happy with how it's just hanging on. Good afternoon, Craig Bear. Already looking forward to that golf outing. Oh, look at this. Whoo, man. Look at this safe. This is a beauty. Shaun did get a good. Let me try that again. Shaun did get a good hit, but left Scott with the wide open shot on the 1-ball. Yep, indeed it was, Robert. Scott, very uncharacteristic in the early stages of this match so far, missing shots that he normally does not at all. And I've played a lot of pool with Scott over the years. Well, he pocketed the 2, obviously, but left himself with not a gimme on the 3 ball and tied up the 5 a little bit. Can still get to the short side, but that's a pretty small window. Robert Snell, you just gave him the commentator's curse. Actually, it's the chat curse from now on. I'm not going to take responsibility for it anymore. All right. I don't know if that was the intent to hide under that 8 ball, but if it was, that's one hell of a shot. And Scott gets the same roll, or a good roll in return. Well, it looks like it's going to be up to Scott to get onto that 5 ball now, but I think he's happy to be at the table. Looks like he does have a shot at, let's get in a different angle here. Oh, yeah. Can easily make that 3 ball. It's a matter of getting down table on the left-hand side. Yeah, looks like he's outer point first. He's got to find himself a good angle on that. Not sure he got it. Not sure if he got it or not. What's going on, Glenn? No, I guess he could. And a little rub off the 8-ball. That helped. Might get away with it. Oh, boy. Did not. He wanted to hit that 6 just a fuzz thinner so that cue ball went to the rail and back out. Now he's left himself nasty on the 7-ball. From under the countertop, Glenn? I'm thinking Shaun's probably going to duck behind this 9-ball. Tommy Jeffers, how you doing? What is Scott Kugel doing? All right. I guess that's not the worst. That is not the worst. Happy high life. Wow. I wasn't even sure if that was a foul. I got to go back and look at that again. What say you in the chat? I looked at it a couple of times myself, and if it did move, man, it was very slightly. Either way, 4-1, Shaun Johnson. Good break. Shot on the one ball. Yeah, that's one of those I'd have to go back and zoom in on that I'm glad they didn't have me come out and watch it. It sure looked good. Well, it doesn't matter anyway because Scott's the one that called a foul on himself and picked up the cue ball, so can't go back and change it after that. But man, it sure did look good. What's going on, Lonnie Smith? Hi, how is it? He did very well to hold for that one ball. Nice little drag. Got into that one. Thank you, Lonnie. Lonnie, aren't you down in Texas? Shaun seems a little disappointed in his shape on this 8-ball and kind of baffled as to why. He could easily pull out of that away from the scratch in the side. Yeah, nothing wrong with that at all. It's a good shot. That is a 5-1 lead for Shaun Johnson. Man, he's coming in firing on all cylinders tonight. All right, different Lonnie Smith. Sorry. I know several Lonnie Smiths. Mr. Kugel needs to kick it in gear here. Five ball goes down. Gets a nice kick to give him a shot on the one. What's going on, Andy Coons? Good afternoon. Good shot. Very confident stroke by Scott there. Might end up with 2 for the price of 1 here. Yep, congratulations to Andy Coons for eclipsing the 12,000 subscriber mark. I'm sorry, member mark on Wisconsin Pool Players Society. Largest Facebook pool group page in the entire Midwest. Scott did not anticipate that cue ball coming off that 7 as well as it did, or it came off either way. The 9 ball came up a little far after hitting that 3. I would not be surprised to see Scott to maybe duck behind that 6 ball. Did not want to do that. I do not believe that is where Shaun wanted to leave himself. And he is going to attempt to get that cue ball behind the 8. Wow. Wow and wow. Look at this cue ball. Oh, my God. Actually, we can get a different angle here. Ah! Use that feature again. I'm going to ride right in there with you. Man, that thing is deep in there. Woohoo! Good hit. And may end up okay. Very nice. Very nice. Mike Niedermeyer, what's happening? I think Shaun's looking at spinning this 7-ball in rail first. No. Wow. That is a huge gift for Scott Kugel right there. And I mean huge, just for the simple fact that would have put Shaun on the hill in the first set. Had that cue ball stayed on the table, I'm pretty sure Shaun would have got the 8-9 out. Happy Saturday, Chad Johnson. Well, if you've never heard of Jason Harlan before, he is the winner over Brad Royce in, Jason, was that 3.0? Man, I'd have to go back and look. It was a long time ago. It was like well over a year ago. As a matter of fact, I just got a memory about that on Facebook not too long ago. But anyway, Jason Harlan is the owner of Johnco Express. They provide expedited shipping of packages in Wisconsin and surrounding states. They've got same-day pickup and same-day delivery. Give them a call at 920-921-9191 if you're looking at shipping. I mean, even if it's, I don't know, if Jason's out there, what do you all ship? Anything and everything? You ship body parts? Maybe you could ship Jeff Hefter to a different... I'm just kidding. Just kidding. The former owner of Jonco Express, Mr. Jeff Hefter. Dan Yenner in the chat. What up? That scratch on the 7 ball by Shaun may prove to be very pivotal in this first set. I'm not sure, but I think this is one of those shots where there's such a small angle. I don't know if he can get enough on this cue ball to go forward and get a super. Yeah, I think that was, in my opinion, the smart play. It is one of those moments where you just have to take what the table's giving you. Came a little bit too far on that 6 ball for the shape on the 7, so. He's looking at going what it looks like around the world. And I don't think that's necessary on this shot. I think just kind of stun. This is a big shot for Scott Kugel. This is huge. Oh, could not have hit it any cleaner either. This is a great shot. That was a must-have. He misses that, and it ends up anywhere near that pocket, and Shaun Johnson's on the hill. So, everybody, speaking of Dan Yenner, he has already promised that on Wednesday night, tomorrow night, he is staying up until 11:59. And as soon as the clock strikes midnight, he is going to be signing up. He wants to be the very first person in the tournament that I'm about to put on the table. Just a second. Ball down. So there's been a couple of revision actually to this tournament. I have cut the price in half, or very close to it. Somebody's going to call me out on that, I'm sure. Obviously, which cuts the prize pool in half. But I thought it would be a little bit more accessible, if you will, if it wasn't such a high price tag.
So Dan Yenner's probably going to be the first one to get into it. But anyway, this is a 600 and under Fargo Royal Ring game. There are 4 Thursdays starting next week, Thursday. So if you're interested, make sure you check out my Facebook page and Wisconsin Pool Players Society on Thursday, because that is the first time that you're going to be able to sign up. It's going to be all offense, of course. There is no safeties in a ring game, no matter what. You can see the rest of it when you check it out on Thursday if you're interested. All right, Scott electing to push and leave Shaun with the kick on this 1 ball. Very interesting decision. I like it, and I think I would be taking this shot as well. I would not give this back. Ooh, boy. Sorry about the camera work there. Yeah, sure. I'm actually considering. I was seriously considering, because it's 4 players, miking up all the players. Just because it's $135 entry, though. I just don't think it's a good idea. It's not that tournament. Most pool players don't want to spend $135 and then get intentionally sharked. You can if it's just, if you're just, intending on sharking me. Although it's kind of hard to shark me from the booth. Kyle, stop looking at your phone. No wonder why you keep losing over there. Got into that one. This could get a little funky here. He's gonna make the 8 ball. I mean, unless it gets just hit absolutely terrible. It all depends on where that 7 ball ends up, though, and what he does with the cue ball. I think you got to hit this pretty firm, and let the 7 ball. Yeah, that's not bad. Perfect. Good shot. Very pivotal moment. That game before last. All right. Scott is going to run off to the restroom right quick. See if Shaun decides if he wants to break. Actually, both players walking away to get a drink and use the facilities. So again, if you were not here earlier or at the very beginning, the 13-time world premiere of the Wisconsin Billiards Hall of Fame, brand new commercial.
For generations, Billiards has brought people together across small-town bars, local leagues, and tournament play. It's more than a game. It's tradition combined with growth in our billiards community. The Wisconsin Billiards Hall of Fame is here to honor those who built the game and invest in those who want to carry it forward. As a member, you help preserve the history of billiards in Wisconsin and get exclusive access to Hall of Fame weekend and voting. And the game continues beyond the table. Explore our tournament directory featuring events from across the state. Browse the online store with official merchandise and gear for players and fans, and much more. Join today and support the legacy. Become a member at wibhof.org. For generations, Billiards has brought people together across small-town bars, local leagues, and tournament play.
Big break by Shaun Johnson again. And you talk about another pivotal moment in this match. This shot right here. He can, obviously, if he wanted to take on the combo, but that is a dangerous shot and may end up costing him the game if he misses and leaves Scott with something. So the right thing to do is maybe try to duck behind that 2-ball if possible. Yeah. Bank it down table. Yeah, did not leave. Did not get safe at all. Leaving Scott with, it looks like the tangent line. Let me go to the long view here. I don't think he's going to run into the 9-ball, but he may end up just, there's a good possibility of the scratch in the bottom left-hand corner if he hits this 2 full. Oh, boy. And he's jacking up. That was a tough shot. That was a really tough shot. Surprised he took that on. Tommy Jeffers, when is the TTT? That one is, we're looking at a couple of weeks away yet. I'm not 100% positive on what days. Actually, yeah, I kind of want to get through this first round of the Masters, do the redraw, and then I'm 1.6 is in round 3 with 16 players left. So I got to leave my schedule open for them first. Adam Granatella. How are the migraines feeling? Hopefully gone. All right. Shaun with a good shot at the 4-8 combo. It all depends on where the 4 ends up afterwards. Nicely done. Run right into the 7 to take the momentum off of it. All right, this to put Shaun Johnson on the hill. And does. Seven ball down. Bank shot on the 1, most likely. Funny man, Dan Yenner. I think you two could end up being best friends. I really do. This is a good save by Shaun. You two should go out on a date together. Opportunity for Shaun Johnson to put away set number 1. I think the 4 to the 5 is going to be what is going to determine the rest of this. If he can get good on that, I think this first set is all done. He may have to draw down to, man, I can't even tell myself. Man, that looks awful straight. Ooh. He got into it good. He got into the cue ball very well. Just didn't turn out in his favor. Played a very good safe, though. Do you kick to make this, or do you kick to play safe? Yeah, this is probably not going to turn out the way that Scott had hoped. This looks like a touchy little shot. Not sure how well this goes past that 6. Oh, yeah, plenty of room. Easy to pocket the 6. No longer easy to get on the 8 ball. Little bit close to that rail. I am not sure whether that 8 goes past that 9 or not. It looks like the way he was looking at it, it might. Wow. Misses it badly and really gets away with one here. That is a very, very fortunate roll for Shaun. That could have gone absolutely anywhere, and for it to end up behind the 9. Very fortunate. As they say, sometimes they may be good, sometimes they may be shit. That was shit. And that is definitely going to cost Scott Kugel the first set. All right, folks, we are going to play some 8-ball. A race to 5. What's going on, Vano? Good afternoon. Players are going to take a short little break. I'm actually going to go run to the restroom myself. And you get to sit back and enjoy if you've not seen it before. What's coming up in probably October or November. Maybe earlier. We'll see. Still got a couple qualifiers to do before we get to that point, but check it out. Hello, everyone. Little Cheddar from Outer Points Productions. What is the breaking point? I've been asked that question quite a few times over the last couple of weeks and months, so let's break it down, shall we? It's a combination of Survivor.
What's happening?
Meets the Beast Games from YouTube. Meets the Big Break from the Golf Channel. Oh no! Meets the pool community.
And you might miss this ball.
Put it all together, and you have the very first reality TV show based around pool. So 12 contestants are going to be meeting here at the Varsity Club in Oshkosh, Wisconsin, in roughly about 6 months, somewhere around there, to participate in season 1 of The Breaking Point. 11 episodes where one contestant, some, maybe two, are going to be eliminated from The Breaking Point and walked out the door.
Hey, come on, homie. Shit, that was my shot right there. You know me? What?
So how do you get those 12 contestants? That's where the qualifiers come in across the state. There's 12 qualifiers at most of the pool halls in Wisconsin have agreed to do it. Only the winner of those qualifiers advance to the breaking point. You can play in more than one qualifier. You can only win one of them, obviously. It's only going to be 12 unique contestants that are going to be in the breaking point. So if you feel like you can handle the pressure.
Great cut. Wow.
And the cameras and the lights, and to test your nerves.
Well, that was really... Did he break his stick? That was really it, yeah, you know.
And to find out what's your breaking point.
Anything special with the white, Jerry?
Oh, he just broke his cue. He's just snapped his cue.
Come join me. I'll see you at one of the qualifiers. As I had mentioned in the very beginning of today's match, both of these guys are two of the best characters you can have in pool. Just all around nice guys. So they're out there, just chit-chatting. Just hanging out. Let's play some 8-ball. Race to 5. Dan Bloom. Good evening. Good afternoon. Evening. Yeah, I suppose. 6:30. Sounds like evening. Adam, don't worry about it. You're not invited. Sorry. You can be invited to the next one, though. All right. Why not start out with a jump shot already? Oh, my gosh. That's like... Nate Mindham's jump on the 8-ball last night. In and out of the pocket. That is not something that you see on a diamond table. This is an ugly rack of 8-ball. I'm not exactly sure that's where Scott wanted to leave him. Maybe. Adam, did you not take your medication this morning? Is it wearing off? Shaun is shooting himself into, well, maybe shooting himself in the foot. But we'll find out. He's got to find a way to get on that 2-ball, or get it out of there, sorry. And very quickly. Or, because Scott, even though it's not easy shape to get to the short side of the 11-ball, every stripe has a pocket. Well, attempting that 6 might end up biting. Might end up biting Shaun right in the rear end. Quesadillas? Yay. Thank you. No. I'm actually eating a chicken quesadilla, Jennifer White. With pickles. Sadly, no cookie. No cookie with the quesadillas. By show of hands, how many of you have absolutely no idea whatsoever how I got the name Little Cheddar? Other than Jennifer. I may have to tell the story again. All right, Shaun Johnson with an ugly little cut in either the side or the, I mean, this is the 50-yard line. In the opening game of the second set. Oof. All right, so far we've got 3. I may have to tell the story. All right, that's fair enough. Short version or long version? You know what? You guys have heard it so many times. Let's see. I might like your version better than the reality of it. Really good shot by Scott Kugel. That was fantastic. And at a very critical moment, too, my opinion. Good run by Scott. Very nicely done. All right, because Jennifer asked, I worked for Carnival Cruise Lines for 5.5 years, and my very first, my maiden voyage, if you will, was out of California, and I'll back up a little bit. The reason why it was out of California, I went to a school called PGCC, which stands for Professional Golfers Career College. I wanted to be a golf course designer. So after that, my first job offer was to work on a cruise ship, teaching golf. Who wouldn't want that job? Still relatively young at the time. Oh, hang on. Oh, we got questions. Is what? Yes. No. THC. Who was that? Oh yeah, that's no surprise. That's I can't. Shaun just came up, and the guys are asking if vaping is allowed in varsity club. And honestly, I'm not a huge fan of it myself, but they do allow it. Well, they don't control it very well, if not. But it's questionable what's in the vape is why it was brought to my attention. We'll leave it at that. So, out on the cruise ship, my first job offer, as I mentioned, was to teach golf. Every one of the islands in the Caribbean, which is where I was predominantly for the first couple of years, had a golf course. So anyway, my first cruise director was from New York, and he was a very tall man. And I'll never forget, we come out on stage, and I had asked him, or when I get out on stage, obviously, I'm not the tallest person. He had to be, I don't remember, maybe 6'7", 6'8", like super tall. So I'm bouncing a golf ball on the golf club, and I look up at him, at Malcolm, and I say, really, somebody's knocking on my door? Hang on.
What? Oh, I know you're Dale because Jerry told me. Do I pay you?
For what?
I'm going to get in the pool tournament.
What pool tournament? The Tuesday night? Not me. Jesse, over here. Jesse will be taking money over here. That's not me. Yep. I don't think this story's ever going to end. Coming up to ask if they get in the pool tournament. Well, not this one. It's already running. Anywho, I look up at Malcolm, and I said, yeah, I got a question for you, Malcolm. Did you play basketball in high school or college? He's like, no. Did you play miniature golf? Ha 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 ha. Crowd erupts, obviously, in laughter. Anyway, it ended up being where everybody on the entertainment staff, because they don't really want you to, they don't want the guests to know exactly where you are from in your actual name, just for safety reasons, so on and so forth. And so they came up with, in the next Welcome Aboard show, if everybody would, put their hands together for the very vertically challenged man from Wisconsin. We call him Little Cheddar. So that's how the story started. That's how the nickname got started, and I've had it ever since. Dear Lord. People knocking on my door again. Unbelievable. Can't even tell a story. Scott definitely wanted to run into that, either the 5 or the 9, to get that thing out of there, because right now it doesn't go. But I think he might be able to do it off of this 11 ball. We'll find out. That typically happens when you're trying to run into another ball to break it up. You don't make the one that you're aiming at or trying to pocket. One of the things I remember most vividly about working on a cruise ship, man, we used to play a game that 2 truths and a lie, or 3 truths and a lie, or something like that. Liars Club. That's what it was called. So we'd get on stage, and there was 3 of us. There's 4 of us and then the cruise director, and we would tell the most elaborate stories. And you had to come up with your own. So, I mean, there was some about roller coasters, some about elephants, or the Great Wall, you name it. We would come up with all different kinds of stories. Anyway, one of the social hosts that just hilarious. I mean, had one of the best senses of humor I've ever heard my entire life. He was and this is no lie, he was a mortician from Canada and decided he didn't want to do that anymore for obvious reasons and became a social host. He's a big, huge, bald guy and had this like little peach fuzz. Just little bits of hair on his head. So, again, because everybody had a nickname, we called him, his name was Ian, and we called him Peaches. Good times. All right, Shaun trying to play a little hide and seek here. Good shot. Now it's all a matter of getting a shot on this 12 ball after the 10 goes in. And that is not going to get it done. All right, 1-1. Quesadillas are gone. Pickles gone. Back to the commentary. Sorry to ruin your night. So if you have not seen the schedule of what's coming up for the rest of the week, no stream tomorrow or Thursday, but this is the match on Friday. The first one that's being streamed, I take that back. Mike Karch and John Bloom played against each other. Anyway, this second one, this is Bounty versus Bounty. Derek Tauschik and Michael Cundy Jr. are going to battle at 5 o'clock Friday afternoon. One of them is walking away with $50 in cash and advancing to round number 4. Big match. This looks like a dry break for Shaun. And the only real trouble is the 1 and the 10. And I think the 14 for stripes. The 7 goes, obviously. Adam, I've always been curious. A lot of parents, moms, dads, they give their kids, money or tuition for schooling, whether it be like, if they want to play in the band, if they want to sing, if they want to be a musician, if they want to be an artist, if they want to, there's, so many other different things that you could pick. I'm very curious as to what in the hell did you do with the money that your mom and dad gave you for comedic school? I mean, quite the waste. Not saying I'm any, but, it's just, whew. Really trying to figure out why we're friends, too. Scott's really trying to figure out how he's going to get on this one ball. All right, we're going to find out right now. Well, after he shoots the 5 ball. Or after he shoots... I don't know what he's doing, to be honest. I just don't know. I think he's got to put a little inside English on this to throw He might be able to hit it clean. I could be completely wrong. Yeah, he did have to put. Yeah, he had to put a lot of inside English on that to make it. That was tough action. And this just made it pretty easy for Shaun. I think it goes past her. Let's take a look. Oh, yeah, for sure. So now Shaun can play the 14 into the 1, pocket the 1, and put Scott in a really bad position for the rest of this game. Jason Shaw and Albin Ocean. All right. I'll check that out tonight when I get home. Scott really wants this 7 to stay in front of the pot. Oh. That ball. Oh, man. Sorry about that. So he tries to bank it down in the corner, and it ends up back in the same spot that it was. I mean, literally almost. Oh, that's crazy. Didn't have my finger on the button. How often does that happen? You as pool players, you know that when you're trying to play a ball off of another ball, you know you're just because you got to move it out of the way because you don't have a clear shot at it, and you end up hitting the cleanest shots you've ever hit in your entire life. Doesn't even carom off the one that you're trying to move. I mean, it just goes in perfect, and that's exactly what just happened to Shaun. I don't think he can make that 14 from anywhere. So now it's a matter of either finding another avenue to run into it or playing safe. I think I would play safe at this point. You know, just make Scott move it for you. Get over it, Adam. Did I hurt your one feeling? Scott is desperately trying to find a way to get this cue ball behind the 8. Good try. Didn't really have a whole lot of options there. And that is probably going to cost Mr. Kugel another game of 8-ball. Looks like Scott is headed for the facilities. It is his break, I believe. I think. I'm not sure. Shaun's playing some good pool tonight. 601 Fargo, and he's really holding well. Actually, he's in the midst of an upset against the 648 Fargo. Impressive. He's playing some well thought out pool. Scott is uncharacteristically missing some shots that he normally doesn't. All right. Speaking of Adam Granatella, the one that feels attacked, the last match in round 1 of the KO Masters Series is Adam Granatella and Corey Peterson. They're going to be playing this Sunday, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, right here on Outer Points Productions. You're not going to want to miss that one. I think there's a 1.6 match after that as well. So immediately following that match, or somewhere around that area, will be a redraw for the 16 remaining players to schedule their matches for round 2. Getting back to the Bounty Tournament. Here are the ones that have been eliminated so far. Actually, let's see if we can put that. We'll just put that on full screen here. John Bloom in jail. J.R. Villegas, jail. Z-Man Mike Zahalka, jail. 7 players left with a bounty on their head. Get back to this in just a second. Scott Kugel coming up with a big break. I think Scott is in need of a break and run here. Yeah, as much as I hate to agree with Dan Yenner about anything, actually, I mean literally anything, It's going to be tough. I mean, Triple P. He does not want to end up number 2 again. You know? Excellent shot by Scott. Yeah, you talk about a monumental shot. He doesn't have a ton of angle, but he does have enough to spin this around table a little bit. But this he's got to go. He's got to get out here. That's well done. That's a really good shot. On the little amount of angle that he had. Really well played. I like that he's walking around the table and kind of gathering himself. He knows how big of a shot this is. Well done. That's a great out. Great run at a very, very needed time. 2-2. All right. Shaun finally making a ball on the break in 8-ball. And this is a pretty wide open table. Excuse me. There's not much trouble in this rack at all. Shaun electing to take stripes. Makes one of Scott's balls to open that pocket, but I don't know if it will. Well, actually, to get his ball out of there and to open the pocket. Not sure if he's got himself hooked behind that 4-ball a little bit. I don't think so. This is not a simple out for Shaun either. He could play the, let me get you the overhead. He could play the 13 down in the bottom right. The trouble is, if you can't leave the 15 for last, or I mean, the 15 to the 12 or the 12 to the 15 is just brutal. So getting on, if he can make this 11 and go from 11, 13, 12, and I think that might be what he's doing. Still, that 4-ball is pretty big, given where that 12 is. I would actually consider shooting the 12 right now. Because then you can come around and you've got 2 balls to shoot at versus 1. If you don't get the absolute perfect angle on that 12, you're not going to get on the 15. This is a challenging 3 balls for Shaun. He's got to hit this pretty good and then still get back down for the 8-ball. But the way Shaun's shooting, I would not be surprised. And a break and run at this stage of the set is going to put a ton of pressure on Scott Kugel. I think he got it. He did. He's got a shot at it in the side. No gimme to get on the 8 either, like I had mentioned before. He's got the angle that's away from the 8 ball to pocket. Pocketing the 15 is not a gimme. Yeah. Like I said, pocketing at 15 was not a gimme. I think this is another one of the big turning points in this match. If Scott can finish out this rack and break and run or break and play a good safe, whatever the case may be, and get up 4-2, I think is huge. Uh-oh. I am not sure whether he's got him hooked completely or not. Boy, that's close. I think he's got him hooked just enough where Shaun can't make it. Probably, obviously, going to get a hit. But it's another huge that Scott got it down to the rail where he can't cue low. And if he could make it, draw back. So it may not seem that way, but that double kiss on the 15 when it came back out just made this rack Scott was straight in on that 6 ball. Or, I mean, just perfect on the 6. And when that cue ball came back and hit it, it just made this more difficult for Scott. He could have potentially gone to run out, and now had to play it safe. And I think he might have given Shaun, he's given Shaun enough to bank this cross side. Huge. Yeah, that double kiss was always in play. Good play. Good play. Great hit. Great hit. A little bit unlucky. But, I mean, that's just a product of a good save, my opinion. And nothing against Shaun. He's gotten pretty fortunate a couple of times tonight already. So it's one of those that did not work out in his favor. The pool gods giveth, and the pool gods taketh away. Three to two, Scott Kugel with an opportunity for a break and run to extend the lead to 2, which would be pretty substantial at this point. And then we could play some 10 ball maybe. Anybody out there want to see some 10 ball? Well, obviously, if you're a Scott Kugel fan, you do. Here we go. Rack number 6. And that looks dry as well. Solids and, yeah, both of them are a mess. 9, 13 are kind of tied up. Could be a combo if you so choose. 6 is in a horrible place. 10, 11, 12 are all in a bad place for stripes. Not a pretty rack. Not an easy one. You bet, Fred. Me too. You know what's funny is, well, if you look at Adam Granatella, also, a lot of these matches, I shouldn't say a lot, I'd have to go back and take a look. You know what? Let me, I can actually do that. Uno momento. Timothy Bloomers. Good evening to you, sir. Man, there's some loud people in here. Jeez Louise. Nope, that's a miss. All right. If you look at a lot of these matches, the very first one, Colin and David, was a shootout, but there's only 1, 2, 3 matches that made it to 10 ball. Wow, I didn't think it was that few. So we have not seen 10 ball in quite some time. Man, this is an ugly rack. Better yet, Tim Bloomers, how are you doing tonight? That's a more important question. Are you still feeling as good as you were last night and the night before? It's like a It's like the Brewers are having a good inning. Well, for obvious reasons, that is not at all what Scott Kugel wanted to happen on that. I honestly wouldn't, if I was Shaun, I don't think I would do much of anything at all other than just make both balls. I would play the bank on the 8 cross side. I don't think I would screw around with much of any of this in trying to get perfect shape on the 8 ball. It's not going to be, I mean, unless he gets in a double kiss zone with the 8 ball, it shouldn't really be a hard bank. So just make them. I think that's what he's looking at now. Yeah. Oh, goodness. Both outer points. Got pretty fortunate that he did not leave Scott any kind of shot at all, or I should say offensive shot. But a really good opportunity for Scott to just get separation on all 3 of those balls. Oh, you talk about jail. Obviously, you can see where it ended up, but he couldn't play that any better. Yeah, no hit. Actually got pretty fortunate. Got super fortunate. Scott's going to play this 10 off the 11 to try and break it out of there. Beautiful. Well done. That is probably going to be the winning shot of this rack, barring any catastrophe. I like what he's doing here. I think I would actually consider playing this 11, 14, 15, 8. I think this is a feel thing because you really got to get good on this 14. So that way you don't, have to go down table and back. Good shot. Huge. Huge, 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 huge. 4-2. And Scott's got to pee again. Drinking a lot of water. Let's go back to what I was talking about before with Tim Stockinger, Dan Coppins was pretty close. Tarek Hamden, Shaun Henning within 4. Jeremy West and John Giles. That was a really good match the other night. Excuse me. Some of them very close to going to 3 sets, but only 3 out of 16 so far. Well, 4 with the shootout, obviously. It's a shame we have not had more shootouts. Ooh, and a scratch. That is the last thing that Shaun Johnson wanted to do in this match. Philip Liptak, what's happening? So we've got a Tuesday night tournament. I forget what it is. I think it's like a 550 and under, 525 and under 9-ball that they play. I'm not even sure myself. So they are playing in, I wouldn't say close proximity, but all 4 of these tables. Actually, I can give you a view of it. I don't think they're really walking in front of Scott. Do that as soon as Scott is done shooting here. So we've got this table, which is now empty. That table, which is, it's considerably further away. And then this table over here. So it's really not, it's not that close. Might look that way on camera. Yeah, exactly, Fred. This is very open. Ding! What's happening, Mark Bell? Good shot by Scott. Now I think all he's got to do is play the 11, maybe drift forward a little bit. Any kind of angle on the 13 is ideal. He doesn't even need an angle. He could just drift forward and play the 15 by the 2. I'm not gonna. There's not gonna be a commentator's curse on this. I want to see 10 ball too bad. Dan made it funny. Not. Scott didn't leave himself with the easiest of shots, but made it work very nicely, as a matter of fact. That was not simple. That was a good stroke. All right, this 8 ball to play some 10 ball. And down it goes. All right. Let's play some 10 ball. Well, it is currently, if you look at the score, 9-9, which doesn't mean a damn thing. And Fred, I think you're right. That's the last thing that you want if you're Shaun Johnson, is for Scott Kugel to heat up. And if you've ever been around Scott Kugel's game, and you've been watching since the beginning tonight, he has not been playing at his best. I have seen him just destroy master players. Yeah, it one leaked out a whole lot more than he wanted. All right. Given that we're playing some 10 ball, that is going to be a race to 6. I keep making that mistake. When we get to 5-5, we're going to go over the rules of a shootout, because that's what we're going to be doing. A bad little rub on that 3 ball. Taking away an easy shot in the side for Shaun. Ian Harding, you are 100% correct. No doubt. What's going on, Jim? Is that true, Jim? Do you watch too much pool? Do you watch other streams other than this? Because you're in the chat every day, and I'm thankful for it. Good save by Scott. Probably forcing Shaun into a jump here if he wants to get offensive. And he is. We are going vertical. And successfully. Somewhat. Do you use a towel, Jesse? It is. Do you use a towel at all?
No, not really.
Well, then fuck you. Oops, sorry if you heard that. I'm not. What did he do? These just came in. Check these out. Towels, if you want, they are white on the other side, which I'm not a huge fan of. But if you are interested in an Outer Points Productions towel, let me know. Shoot me a message. Shaun Johnson. First blood in the 10 ball. It's like my camera's glitching out a little bit. We haven't talked about Vincent Didio for a little while. Let's do that. Vince D of Gallery 83. Tattoo company down in Fond du Lac, Wisconsin, is a multi-award winning artist with 20 years of experience in all styles of tattooing. From elaborate black and gray realism to simple small designs, he is equipped to bring all of your ideas to life. Also working on his video. Gallery 83 is a safe, relaxing, and clean environment. If you're interested in getting some ink on your body, check out vincedtattoos.com or vincedtattoos@gmail.com. This has been a fun match so far. I think this is going to be a pretty easy safe for Scott. Put the 1 by the 8. And, yep, get that all the way down there and hope that you get behind something. Didn't, but okay. Not that big of a deal if he didn't. I think this shot is going to be the key to this rack. If Scott can get from the 3 to the 4, which shouldn't be too bad, shouldn't be too hard, should be 1-1. Yeah, hit that perfect. Good shot. That's all he needed was to get to that 7. Good shot. Perfect. One to one. Brutal. Brutal, brutal, brutal. Big mistake by now Scott Kugel. Scratching. Little bit close to his work here. Should still be manageable. Oh, but he's on the wrong side of this 9 ball. Uh-oh. He needed to get about a foot further. All right, looks like we're going to go vertical again. Shaun's pretty good at these. I honestly, oh my goodness. And just as I said it, the cue ball. Ooh, oy, 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 oy. Costly. Scott Kugel. Honestly, I think, if I'm not mistaken, this is the first time that Scott Kugel has... Oh, I take that back. Scott won the first game of 10 ball, so he has had the lead. Man, there is something seriously wrong with my camera again. Oh, you can't see me, so that's... I guess there's nothing wrong with it at all then, right? Right, Adam Granatella? Think I need a new computer. Does anybody have $4,000 I can borrow? That's what it costs to get the next upgrade for the new computer I need. Two and 7 are all tied up. 8 and 9 are tied up. No shot on the 1. Should be a fun game. Well, if you haven't already sent a link to your friends about what's going on in this match tonight, do it now. I got a feeling this is going to get exciting, if it hasn't been already. I got a feeling this is going to be... I really want to see a shootout. I'm assuming just play the 1 and safe on the 2. I don't think you're going to get anything else out of it. This is not a runnable table. Good shot. I like the way Scott is kicking at this. Instead of going across table where you're probably going to leave a shot no matter what, your chances are much better of hooking your opponent by going that direction instead. So mark that down on your lesson plan. Walden Kugel. What's a 50-90? Where did I leave off in the chat here? So Adam Granatella, what am I doing a fundraiser for? Oh, for the new computer. Aha. Goodness me. Walden, I'm not sure yet. What I did was put everything that I need into Chat GPT, and it spit out like 3 different choices of I mean, obviously I need mega processor and everything else. I've got 6 cameras and I want to get more. Not a huge fan of the little bit of a lag on my instant replay, and there's so many other things that I really want to do with it that I don't have the capability because of lack of power, if you will. If you have any advice, please, by all means, I'm always open to suggestion. This is yet another massive swing against Shaun Johnson this time, in favor of Scott Kugel, and we were talking about it before. I wouldn't say it like Scott's on a heater or anything, but what was going Shaun's way in the beginning of the match is now going the opposite way in Scott's favor. And he's capitalizing on it. Adam, I wish I could understand what you're talking about, but I don't remember anything about short-term memory pills. And this is going to be dry for Scott Kugel. Kevin Dorn was in the booth last night, if you recall that name. The Doorknob. Love that new nickname, Roger Pregler. His wife is Lynn Dorn, and she owns LK Painting and Staining, one of the sponsors of Outer Points Productions. They work with doors, windows, walls, base, casing, staircase, cabinets, and really anything in a home that needs to be finished. Even your taxes. Not true. New construction or remodeling. For an estimate, please give Lynn a call at 920-213-2257. Has anyone ever been out to Luke's Tap out in Pipe? It's on the east side of Lake Winnebago. Luke's Tap is actually owned by Brent Lucas, one of the sponsors of the stream as well. That's his new bar. Well, I shouldn't even say new bar. He took over the bar and completely remodeled it. Just did a phenomenal job. Awesome place to play pool, too. Couple of diamond tables. Has some really good tournaments. They just had the 48-player last pocket tournament on Saturday. Yeah, last weekend. Which I think was won by Tim Post. And runner-up was Bud Snyder, if I remember correctly. Great tournament. So if Brent actually works for Midstate Amusement Games. And I believe supplies all the gaming machines for the varsity club as well. Don't quote me on that 100%. Anyway, they do supply, install, and service all types of gaming equipment in the Fox Valley and southeast Wisconsin. I think that turned out okay. Let's put a different view on. Yeah, it looks like it's covered enough. Woo! I like that. Scott went and grabbed his break cue to jump over a piece of the 9 ball to pocket that too. Watch this shot. It's hard to tell but he's jacked up 45-degree angle. That's a great shot. Don't let Scott get hot. You're in for a world of hurt. And as soon as I open my mouth, that's usually what happens. Someone gets hurt. I'm not 100% positive I would have played this that way. Had to wave at Shaun to spot that 10 ball. Don't want to foul. I don't know. I think we're destined for a shootout. I gotta pee. Sweet relief. This could be a long rack. 2, 3, 4 in a really nasty spot. If you're just tuning in, thanks very much for being here, joining Outer Points Productions. Ooh, yeah, Shaun's definitely going to get this one back. This is the second last match of round number 1 of the Masters Series. Oh, he's about ready to jump, so we'll get that back up there. We've got one more, which is on the 12th in 5 days, which is Adam Granatella and Postman Poopy Pants. Postmaster Poopy Pants. However you want to word that. Corey Peterson. I'd be willing to bet we're probably going to have Taylor Collar in the booth. That'll be fun. 3 teammates cheering against Adam. I mean, cheering on Adam and Corey. Very good shot by Scott Kugel. I'm not 100% positive. I don't think he can hit this. This is really close. I wish I had. Let's see if I can zoom in there. I don't know if it's froze against that 4 ball, which makes a huge difference. No, doesn't matter. All right, so that is the second foul. I got a bad feeling Shaun is not going to be happy after what's about to happen. Scott is going to put him in jail here. And there's so many balls for blockers. Leaving him, if he puts him behind the 6 ball, it's almost virtually impossible to hit. Yeah, this is jail. I mean, this is absolute jail. He actually, you know what? He might be able to kick between the 3 and the 4, and he's not even looking at it. All right, maybe it's not froze to the 3. Wow, it was not. What a great hit. Good luck. Good luck with that strategy, Adam. Wow. Nobody wants to see that. And I mean, nobody. Well, here it is. He's not using it. Oh, you know what? I think I have. You mean like this, Adam? Look at this. He's got to go around the 4-ball. Ooh, that was pretty close. It's another good save by Scott Kugel. Safety play is pretty spot on at the moment. Yeah, no, Andy. No. I just ate a little while ago. I'd like to keep it down if possible. Why for does this stream always result in someone talking about number 2? Dan Yenner. Well, Scott was not sure what he wanted to do to get shape on that 4-ball, and I'm almost positive that was not it. What's going on, Derek Schwartz? Oh boy. Is that a double foul? Yeah. No doubt about it, Derek. Scott will, if he's not beating you by pocketing balls, he will beat you by playing safes. He will make your life tough. Did not leave himself easy on this 6-ball. Don't want to put too much inside English on this and end up scratching in the upper right-hand corner. And there is that possibility if you end up hitting it too thin. Yep, not good. We might be at 3-3 in just a couple of moments. I am kind of surprised that Scott did not attempt another 3 foul. I mean, it was a pretty easy rack to run, and he just got himself out of line on the 4-ball right away. So, oh boy. Uh-oh. Woo. Good shot. Nicely done by Shaun. Why people do that is beyond me. I think he would have snapped his stick right in half had he scratched in the side. Mark Bell, we're all tied up. 3 apiece. Cue ball almost found the bottom of that pocket. Another dry break for Scott Kugel. Well, if we end up where the players each win 2 more games apiece, we're going to a shootout. I should say when the players each win 2 more games. Scott just asked Shaun, doesn't that count? Nope. Good shot. Good shot. Good hit. Leaves Shaun with a kick shot of his own. Another good save by Scott. It does leave Shaun with a little bit of a window. I'm not sure if he can pocket it or not. Boy, this looks close. It looks like he can thin it and play it in the side, but he's looking at that scratch down in the corner. And if it doesn't go straight in, it could go off the 8. There's all kinds of things that could happen. Or it could just scratch. Oh, it's all right. We'll see what Scott can come up with. He did call the bank in the side, and I like it because it's potentially a two-way shot. If he does miss it and misses it long, the one will go down table, and he might end up with the cue ball behind the 8 or somewhere in that area, which might be tremendously beneficial, and then would end up with, and that's kind of what I was talking about. With the right speed, he did end up, the one did end up short, but he still did end up behind the 8 ball. Good play. How many people have you invited to come and watch the stream with you tonight? That's the most important question. No idea if Scott called anything or if he called safe, or I'm assuming safe. Good shot. I'm going to leave it here just for now until he jumps it. He did call it in the upper left-hand corner, so I will try my best. All right, the first opportunity for either one of the players to run out this rack. And Scott gets his first crack at it. 2 to the 3 is obviously going to be the most challenging. The rest shouldn't be too bad. You see where he just put his hand. Wants to get down there, but you definitely don't want to go any further. Could not have hit it any better at all. That's just kind of a punch shot where the cue ball goes right between the 9 and the 10. I like how he didn't get himself completely straight on. Left himself a decent angle to get back out to play the 6, probably in the same pocket. Yep. And this, I think it's probably just a stop shot on the 6 ball. Maybe pull it back to where the 8 is in the varsity club logo. Wouldn't go any further. Yep, right at that angle. Ideal. Just the angle he was looking for. Probably going to play the 9 and the 10 in the same pocket. Yep, there's a really good chance. Well, Shaun's got to make something happen at the moment. And it is his break, so although we haven't any, I don't think we've seen a break and run in this match yet. I mean, 9 ball we did. 8 ball. Did we see a break and run in 8 ball? I don't remember. This match started at 5 o'clock. I love it. Just eclipsing the 4-hour mark. One ball goes down. 7 ball goes down. Shot on the 2. And the only problem is the 8 ball. Good break by Shaun. Just got to avoid the 6 and does exactly that. Nice little rub off the 6, actually. That put that cue ball right into perfect position. Overcooked this one a little bit, but okay. Put a lot of effort into that 3 ball. This makes it pretty tough getting on the 5. And he's cueing low. That is pretty surprising. Maybe that's not the worst thing that could have happened. Now Scott's got to deal with the 8 ball. Oh, boy. Might be some nerves kicking in. Ew. All right. This could be good, could be bad. Scott can actually play the 4, break up the 10-8, leave himself for a bank on the 5 ball, and potentially get out of this rack. Or leave the 8-10 where it is and play safe on it a little bit later in the rack. Right now, Scott is eyeballing whether he can make that 5 ball in the side. And I'm guessing he's probably thinking of caroming off of the 10 to get over to that corner. Just like that. So now that solves everything if he can pocket this 5 in the side. And let me tell you, this is a nasty angle. A nasty angle. Whoo, boy. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. I cannot believe that just happened. Shaun has been playing so well. And he tried too much. Well, it was the angle that he left himself on the 9. I actually would have played the 8 a little differently. I mean, if he gets out, it doesn't matter. But, you know, I would have actually went forward on that. And to see it wasn't that bad of an angle on that 9. And I think it got in Shaun's head, to be honest. That put Scott Kugel on the hill for the match. Don't want to see that. Yikes is right, Robert. I think Shaun was starting to feel the pressure a little bit, knowing he obviously he had to make that 9-ball. So now he's got himself in a big hole. He's got to win the next 3 no matter what. Well, shouldn't say that. For sure has to win the next 2 before Scott wins one. Ball down, and this is going to be a fun rack. Good shot by Shaun Johnson. Just well played. Nicely done. That might end up winning him this game. Uh-oh. I think he tried to run into that to cause a little bit of separation. I don't believe he can pocket this 3 in the bottom left. I'd be willing to bet he has to play safe. Yeah, he hasn't called a pocket, so. Ooh. Catches the outer point. Catches the outer point and gives Scott Kugel an opportunity to run these 7 balls for the win and advance to round 2. This has been a good match. I'll tell you what, win or lose, you got to hand it to Shaun Johnson. He is sticking in there and playing some good pool. Couple of errors at the end, but I'm telling you, he's holding his own against Scott tonight. And he started out this match on fire. Just really played some great pool. But I got a feeling that is the last we're going to see of Shaun Johnson. Apologies to the Shaun Johnson fans, but I've seen Scott Kugel play way too many times at very important moments where when it counts, he finds a way to get there. And it's kind of looking that way now. if that is the case, thank you, everybody, very much for tuning into Outer Points Productions on this Tuesday evening. Thank you for all the likes, subscribes, quite a few shares tonight. I'm going to take a couple of days off, Wednesday, Thursday. All right, this isn't done yet. This is far from done yet. Scott just left himself in an ugly spot. I don't even know what to say. He either has to hit this so thin and go 3 rails around. I don't think he can pocket it in the upper left-hand corner without scratching in the side. Goodness. Yep, just when you thought it was all over. We've got drama. All right, he's going for it. He called the 9 in the side. I don't know if he can avoid that scratch in the corner. He can. by outer points. Now the worst thing is he has left himself with a double kiss. I think we might see Shaun Johnson again. Unless he plays it all the way down and happens to make it. Could play safe. There is a safety here. If he can get, the 10 all the way down, mid-table. I'm sorry, all the way on the right end rail and leave the cue ball somewhere close to where it is. What do you do right now if you're Scott Kugel? I mean, this is obviously it's for the win. So this is the shot I was talking. That is really well done. Shaun Johnson is freaking thrilled to be back at the table. But that was a clutch shot by Scott. That's the shot that I was talking about. Just lay it down there. I think Shaun's getting down on this way too quick. And that's going to be the end. I think Shaun got down on that 10 ball way too fast. Just my opinion. I think he should have really taken his time to go over maybe some options or to, maybe focus a little bit more on that bank. I don't know. Just my opinion. I think that was way too quick. But again, like I had said before, you got to give a shout out to Shaun Johnson because, in all honesty, he played his ass off tonight. For this match to get to the point that it did, as again, just kind of a recap of the match. He played phenomenal in 9-ball. Came out with the lead in 8-ball for a little while and really held his own. Got it to 2-2 in 10-ball, 3-3. Sorry, and then I don't know. I maybe just a couple of mental errors at that point. Just some phenomenal shots throughout the night. This was a good match. Again, you hate to see a loser in two of the most sportsman-like gentlemen of the game, but somebody had to go home. So, congratulations to Scott Kugel. I think in round number 2, whoever draws Scott is in some serious trouble. He's going to come in. He's going to learn something from this match, and he's going to be coming in firing on all cylinders for the next one. So have a fabulous Wednesday and Thursday. Watch for all the posts. Again, Thursday will be the release if you so choose. First time ever, we're going to do the Royal Ring game on Outer Points Productions. Drop the price all the way down to $135. Guaranteed $750 for the overall champion. So, with that being said, some of the sponsors that I did not get to this evening, we're going to let it roll. And I'll be back in just a few. Thanks, everybody.